Yes, Ms. Asim.
Thank you, Chair. General, so we left off, you were describing that it was at this point that you set up the GCI ops. So just to recap, and correct me if I'm wrong, that comprises the counterintelligence investigation together with the organized crime team and the investigations in Gauteng, yes. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct, Commissioners. And maybe to add that once the operation reaches that level, before the registration, because now it was the combination of both the counterintelligence investigations coordinated at the divisional level, which is national office, and the investigation was at a lower level, provincial office, the organized crime investigation. So when you are in that situation, that's when then before you marry the two, then you brief the National Commissioner, because now he's the one also in charge of all provinces and divisions.
And it's at this point that you request for members of the PKTT to be seconded to this operation. Is that right?
That is correct, Commissioners. As I reminded the Commission that I was and still playing the dual role of both the project leader of PKTT as well as the Divisional Commissioner of Income Intelligence. So when then the GCI Ops was born, one of the shortcomings that we identified was firstly the approach itself. The investigation was following what I referred to, and I will still refer to it as traditional way of investigating, which is not suitable to investigate organized crime. So we had to then have a discussion with the Provincial Commissioner of where the PKTT is operating in the form of requesting the support. Because it was clear, because already some of the cartel members had been identified. Now, for that type of investigation, we needed to switch from the traditional way of investigation to the organized crime investigation, which I referred to as analysis-driven and prosecutorial-led investigation. Hence, then, beginning of November, we started those discussions and we agreed with the Provincial Commissioner KZN that we are going to request the analysts, all types of analysts.
Let me pause you just for a moment, General. When you say we had those discussions and we decided, who do you mean by we?
I'm referring to myself as the custodian of GCI Ops as well as the project leader of the PKTT with the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal where PKTT is based.
Okay, so you were discussing this with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, continue, I interrupted.
And then the first batch, or the batch of the experts that we had to assign to the GCI Ops from the PKTT were, as I've said, mainly experts. We had to get a ballistic expert because from the information gathered, it was clear that it will be another investigation support that the team will need. We also requested the digital forensic analyst who then was going to assist in the form of, because they are organized crime, it involves lots of gadgets that we are using on our daily lives. We also needed the call data analyst specialist because of the communication that needed then to be analyzed and be used as evidence. We also had to request 3 times crime scene investigators. By that time, it was clear from the information collected that there are lots of other crime scenes that might be needed the team to zoom into. Hence, then the crime scene experts had to be 3, so as then they are able to cover all those identified crime scenes. And it also had a lot to do with the reconstruction, because they were not fresh crime scenes. So it needed experts then that can be able to do the backdating of crime scene management to try and create the picture as to what happened 2 years ago in this particular place. Hence, then we had to request 3 of them. We also had to request the operational analyst. The operational analyst is the one that is collecting all the reports from different analysts and put them together to paint one picture. So it's an overall analyst that must be able to read and interpret the digital forensic analyst report, the ballistic report, the call data report. So we needed that center of an analysis. We also realized that we need the overall commander. In the PKTT, we had developed suitable commanders that are able to understand all the different work that is done by experts. That's why we had to be specific, because in most cases in the police you'll find a commander who's a specialist in visible policing commanding or crime investigation commanding. But the capability that we had built in the PKTT was for the commanders that are able to understand all that is expected to be done in a multidisciplinary. It must be a person who must be able to supervise the ballistic analyst, not by being an analyst, but by understanding what needs to be done. Hence, then we had to include in our list an operational commander. Also, the other aspect that we requested was the designated firearm officer. That talks to the characteristics of most of the syndicates, more specifically this cartel, as I referred to last time, that one of the common denominators is for the cartel members to specialize in private security, having companies that are dealing with private security in order to collect as much firearms as possible. So for that we needed an expert then in the firearm area, from the importation to registration to managing or controlling those firearms. And we also had to request an investigating officer who was going to join the 2 investigating officers that we had at the beginning The purpose for that was twofold, was to assist them in the caseload, because the cases were increasing almost every day. But most importantly was to try and bring someone with the idea of the PKTT's method of operating to link with the two initial investigating officers, so as then we upgrade, maybe it's a wrong word to use, we upgrade them as quickly as possible to be at the level of the PKTT investigation. So hence then our request was for 10 of PKTT members. 10 is made up of those experts that I've explained.
Sorry, General, you said something I would like to explore. You talked about the level of PKTT investigation. And my question is, why did you need the analysts from the PKTT? Could you not get them from, say, Cape Town or within Gauteng or the Free State or Mpumalanga? Why did they specifically have to come from the PKTT?
Thank you, Commissioner. The main reason is we have seen what we have achieved within the PKTT. We will receive an expert from their respective units. Yes, they will be experts, but there will be lots of other areas that will have to work on to make them, to improve on their fields of expertise. The first one being, in the PKTT, we prioritize accountability at all levels, that you have to account for whatever that you are doing, which is normally lacking at unit or station level. And also, the other difference is, as specialists are operating within their fields, they only see themselves and what they have to do. There is no link where you link the different aspects, so as then they can give you the desired results. And maybe to add, the other reason is the turnaround time of whatever that is happening in the PKTT. We have made it such that it's far much better than the normal SAPS units or stations are operating.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can you give us a practical example of this turnaround time that you refer to? What would be the difference in the PKTT versus what you say is not the same in the normal SAPS units?
Yeah, maybe so as I don't make the work of the Commission difficult, I'll quote on one of the evidence that has been led here, which is the ballistic analysis. We put it such that the ballistic experts must understand that he or she is playing a supportive role of the investigation. The more time you spend on producing the report, you are delaying the investigator. So now, because each and every investigation has got a plan, so the physical worker, the investigating officer, will not want then to miss the targets and the timelines because of a particular specialist that is bringing his or her own turnaround time. I will say where we saw it working for us was or is the ballistic analysis. The reason why we normally use it is In our report, we were flagging on ad hoc cases that will be generated from the intelligence-driven operations where we're looking for firearms. So in most cases, those operations will be on Fridays during the proper time, but on Fridays. So because we will be having a target that we have intelligence that is in possession of a firearm that was used in a particular case. So the work of a ballistic expert will start Friday midnight or Friday or Saturday morning when we come back with that firearm. The target is by Monday when we go to court to enroll the possession of unlicensed firearm. It's already linked with a main case that we're investigating. But all the turnaround times are made shorter because they have to fit the investigation plan, whether it's called data analyst. If the request by the investigating team to the call data analyst is to quickly analyze the movement using the towers, that will be given then a shorter turnaround time because it has to allow the taskings and the responsibility of the investigator to continue so as then the investigation plan is not delayed because of the expert. So it's one of the reasons why we had to tap on the tried and tested personnel from the PKTT. Our timeline, although it's not included in my affidavit, but if we look at the time the experts joined the GCI Ops, which was the 19th of November, and with a quick briefing for them to understand, and thereafter they move separate ways to start doing what is relevant to their different fields, and they bring it back. And then by the 6th of December, we were ready for the takedown of the first target, which is roughly 2 weeks from the 19th to the 6th. That's another example.
So that's 19 November 2024 that these 10 members were seconded to GCI Ops and they began their work immediately.
Yes.
And you say they were recruited specifically for their expertise.
Yes.
And you couldn't obtain that kind of expertise in Gauteng through the normal units. You've explained that.
Yeah, it's not, thank you, Commissioner, it's not that we could not. The expertise and experts are there, but the way of operating, starting from the attitude towards your work, which is more about, because I think I indicated previously that the way of the methodology in the PKTT it's different from the normal SAPS way of doing things. Every day there are accounting sessions, every day. When you go out, maybe let me start by, you don't go out to do what you think and feel needs to be done. A day before, the team will sit, and then the operational analyst who's having all the information in front will then give the direction, which will give rise to the taskings that the investigation team must go and obtain statement from A and B. And the statement must contain these. And then when that comes, then the team will sit again to account and verify the feedback, whether it's talking to the. So we wanted, because we could see, as I've said, they were, because this now was a different operation, with a counterintelligence investigation, as I reflected that one of the objectives of counterintelligence is to neutralize the threat. So you cannot then leave the threat being there for ages. So the quicker you neutralize the threat, then the quicker then the level of risk is going down, because there are lots of logistics that are put in place to make sure that the investigation and investigators are protected. So for us to achieve that, we undermined the experts that are all over the country, but we thought that we rather opt for the ready-made group that is suitable for what we have on hand.
General, why can't the mode of operation of the PKTT be replicated throughout the country? If at the end of the Commission's life, that is in terms of the testimony led before it, we are satisfied that indeed the PKTT works better than the rest of SAPS. This is a question we may have to answer, that is, why can't that mode of operation be replicated throughout the country?
Thank you, Commissioner. In all our reports, that is included as one of the recommendations to the powers that be, that we recommend that this methodology is used as a benchmark to try and change the way we are investigating crime, because our traditional way, it's still suitable for normal crime. The assault commons, the assault GPH, but then when it comes to organized crime, the same traditional ways are not applicable. So we will recommend that with all our reports. There's been attempts, Commissioner, if I may divert from my affidavit, there's been attempt, there was a time, a year, where all provinces were requested to send a minimum of 6 members of SAPS to come and sit with the PKTT and learn. So we will have classes at night, and then during the day, we send them out with the teams for practicals. And it was a successful intervention or attempt. The problem started then when they had to go back and implement, because now those that are expected to implement or supervise the implementation were not understanding. You have trained 6 members from Limpopo. When they get back home to their commanders, they are going back to the old ways. Hence, then the second attempt was with Western Cape, where the National Commissioner instructed that the Provincial Commissioner himself be part of the team that will go and learn. One can say that showed some positive results because now the man in charge of the province has got that understanding to implement. So hence then we believe that this model of PKTT can be used as a transition from the normal or traditional way of investigating to this one that is suitable for the problems that we are facing as a country at this moment. We look at, there was a time when I think I had a session with the crime scene experts. Then the first question of the PKTT, the first question I asked as to how many are you countrywide? They gave me the number that is almost 2 times more than the police stations that we have. Then I said, then why then you have your units somewhere instead of having each station allocated the expert that. So as we move, the second most important investigative aid that we will need to prioritize is called data analysis. Almost everybody is having gadgets nowadays, and the way it helps in terms of investigation and also fast tracking. So in trying to answer your question, Commissioner, I was very long, but I was trying to show that there's been attempts, but it won't be the first time that the PKTT model is recommended. It has been recommended by ourselves and then also accepted by some of the principals within SAPS.
At the beginning of your response, you said you made recommendations to the open code powers that be, close code. Who are those powers?
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I was referring to, in terms of accountability, the PKTT is reporting firstly to the Provincial Steering Committee that is made up of the top management of those stakeholders that are within the province. So when we submit the report, we include that recommendation so as they can see if they can do something. Same applies to national.
I'm not sure that that answers my question. You said that you have made recommendations to the powers that be that the mode of operation of the PKTT be adopted nationwide. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
Yes. Now my question is, who are the powers that be that you made your recommendations to? I would imagine it must be at national level.
Thank you, Commissioner. I started at provincial level. I was moving on to say even within the National Steering Committee meeting chaired by the National Commissioner, even when we are submitting the periodical reports to the National Commissioner, we will include that recommendation. Even when we have to submit the report to the interministerial or even the Ministry of Police, we will include that recommendation. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the initiative of Western Cape team led by the Provincial Commissioner was recommended by the Ministry when then that report was tabled.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So you would have made the recommendation to the Minister, to the National Commissioner, as well as other ministers within the Interministerial Committee that was having oversight of the PKTT.
Yes, Commissioner.
So that was a small diversion. Let's return to where we were, the secondment of the team, and particularly because of the importance of the working method of this team that led to the arrest of Mr. Molefe on the 6th. And that brings you to paragraph 107 of your statement. Now, General, you'll see that the next few pages all the way up to paragraph 124, describes the events that took place on the 6th of December when Mr. Molefe was being arrested, or what you call in Hollywood style, takedown. So that's what these paragraphs describe, the takedown of Mr. Molefe. Now, we've heard from quite a number of witnesses already. The Commission has heard from many witnesses, witness A, B, C, Captain Wanda, Captain Kruger, a range of people right until yesterday. So that's been detailed for the Commission, the details of all of those events. I don't think it's necessary for us to go through these paragraphs in detail. However, I would like you to explain some things for the Commission, including why you describe these events as interference. And I just want to begin by asking you whether you had overall coordination of this operation that was taking place on 6 December.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. Maybe to give a little bit of background to the part that the Senior Counsel is directing me to talk to, I'll link it with my last statement that said when the experts were brought in from the 19th of November, and then by the 6th of December, we were ready for the first takedown. And then the investigation with the assistance of all these experts made it possible for us to obtain the warrant of arrest of Mr. Katiso Molefe on the 5th of December. That's when then we had to start preparing for the takedown or the arresting of Molefe the following day. Then, which was then on the 6th of December. So what we did, because within, as I've said, this is a GCI Ops, which has got a lot of intelligence activities within. So there are continuous threat and risk assessments that are done, even when you plan for the takedowns. There will be a lot of pre-activities that will take place. Hence, then, maybe before I get to the 6th, I must reflect that and remind the commissioners that we had carried also that kidnapping case or investigation that was assigned to the team also during around October, November, during the same time. So we had collected a lot of intelligence and information that needed us to conduct then the search and questioning of a suspected person involved. Hence, then, on our planning for the 6th operation, we had to include also that part of searching and questioning an identified target on the kidnapping case. So we had to do that because we had to mobilize additional resources for the 6th. So in order for us not to remobilize the following week for the search and questioning, then we decided to combine both the operations to take place on the 6th.
So the two operations you're referring to then is the takedown of Mr. Molefe and then the questioning of Mr. Matlala.
Nhlanhla, yes,
So both took place on the 6th of December, and that was by design.
by
you say?
design, not a mistake. It was planned to be like that, maybe to add why we had to mobilize more resources. When I was explaining the first batch of experts that came to assist, they were minus the tried, I'll always use these tried and tested combat experts that we utilize in the PKTT. So for this particular operation now on the 6th, we had to also get the support from the PKTT for the combat team to come and assist, because during the takedown, the first concept is to make the place safe for an investigating officer to enter and search and do whatever that needs to be done, and the experts from forensic also to come and do whatever that they need to do. But the other aspects that maybe commissioners I might add whilst I'm there, we had to mobilize extra special task force members from outside the province of Gauteng. The main reason was for a threat assessment that had been done on the second target or second operation, which was the search and questioning of Mr. Matlala, based on the profiles that we have done of his more than 20 protectors that are former special task force members. So we were not going to be able to do our work if we bring the combat team that is less trained than what we were going to face.
Thank you, General. Chair, it's 11:02. I'm just bringing that to your attention.
I hope those watching did not see me shaking my head when Commissioner Baloyi whispered to me. Let's adjourn and resume at 11:20. Yes, Mr. Sim.
Thank you, Chair. General Khumalo, we were at the takedown of Mr. Molefe, and you had just explained that there were two operations that were planned for the same day. And I'd asked you whether you were the overall coordinator of these operations on that day.
Yes, that is correct, Commissioners. I was the overall coordinator of both operations on the day. As I mentioned, the reasons why we had to combine the two. Also, we had received fresh information on the kidnapping that needed us to conduct that operation as soon as possible, as we are all aware that a kidnapping case is a life and limb situation. That is why then we had to combine the two on one day.
Let's start with the one operation first, and that's Mr. Molefe's arrest. In your description of the events, you describe the arrival of the Hawks as interference, the arrival at the scene. I want to know why you use that word, interference, but before we get there, why is it that the Hawks would not be part of an operation like this in the first place?
Thank you, Commissioner. Starting with the last question, the setup of PKTT will be for us to have investigating officers from general detectives, also from organized crime units of SAPS, and also the tracking teams, within detectives. They are dealing with the collection of information, also within crime intelligence. So our combination of a pillar is not made up of one specific expertise. We try to combine so as within a team we can get all the expertise that we need. So for this particular operation, not to include the DPCI as mandated to deal with organized crime, it was because of the background, as I've explained, that it's stemming from the Gauteng Organized Crime Investigation Unit, which because of a TRA and other reasons and processes, it had to be combined with counterintelligence investigations. We do, as crime intelligence, we work on projects. Each and every project that we register will have the investigative capacity. So within a project team, there will be crime intelligence operatives together with organized crime 2 or 3 detectives that are working with our team on each and every project. So under normal way of operating, we do work with organized crime and DPCI in our crime intelligence projects, but it's not the normal policing methodology. It's only for now done, even it's done like that, but we still have lots of challenges because of that sense of ownership of where you belong. But that is the ideal situation. But on this specific operation, we opted to use the tried and tested team that is used to this methodology.
Okay, Tassin, I'm not sure if you are leaving this point. The question I have is, General, how do you ensure that PKTT or GCI Ops and Hawks are not investigating the same subject and therefore do not execute a takedown, parallel takedowns on the same day, and therefore your paths cross and it results in unfortunate misunderstandings? In other words, do you communicate with the likes of the Hawks and other divisions of SAPS when you are executing operations to avoid misunderstandings? That's on one version of what we've heard. And the other extreme is, of course, that it was interference. But how do you ensure that those misunderstandings do not happen?
Without maybe falling into a trap of compromising the operation, but at my level and other senior officers, we sit with organized crime and DPCI in the normal OCTA meetings where all the projects are discussed and the targets. So as and when the investigations are discussed, then that's where we are able to pick up that there might be parallel investigation, and based on the threat. If, for instance, in one of our projects, some of our targets are from DPCI and they are dealing with the same project, so we'll try to avoid compromising that project by not working together, but discussions, persuasions that it's either it becomes the crime intelligence project. That is why within crime intelligence, we are allowed in terms of the Act to have counterintelligence investigations, such that we can start the investigation on our own up from the beginning up until the end. If, for instance, then it comes out that the investigation will involve either people from DPCI or investigation or any other environment that is entrusted with investigations. So we call those self-sufficient projects, where we will do everything on our own up until we take the matter to court.
So with this specific one, the specific takedown and the interrogation of Nhlanhla specifically, there was no communication from your office to the Hawks to say, we will be executing this operation on this day?
It's one of the, thank you, Commissioner, it's one of those operations where we had to safeguard, because during our investigation and intelligence collection, we had picked up that there might be those individuals from DPCI environment that are involved. So we did not have that discussion with the environment, with DPCI on this specific one.
Thank you.
What do you mean by involved? Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll make one example. Not sure if it's still coming up further on with my statement. During our investigation, it came out that there is an individual, a Zungu, that is from Toms of DPCI, that is working with the cartel. Now, and other pieces of information that will point towards that direction. So even before the takedown, we had that red flag that we need to protect this investigation against DPCI, if I may put it.
General, perhaps just to go back to the original question asked by Commissioner Khumalo, when you share information as agencies, is it as specific, do you share as specific as to say, we are going to be conducting a takedown on this day, on this individual? What is the detail of information that you share?
Thank you, Commissioner. When it comes to takedown, it's a very close, because it's the last step of the operation. It has to, or normally involves, those people that were part of the initial stages of the operation. It does not come out that during the takedown phase, we have now to widen the scope and brief almost everybody. That is during takedown. But during the initial stages of the operation, under normal circumstances, there will be representatives from each of the required field of expertise to be part of the project team. And even that will be closed to the project team members only. But during the evaluation sessions, where all environments are there to evaluate all operations, even the sharing of information there, the leader of each project will come and present the progress to us, so as then we can advise and assess if the project is progressing well. But it's not the sharing of tactical and operational information. So there is no stage that talks to that. But if it happens that there are targets that are at a particular level in a particular environment that are parts of the target, informally and indirectly so, there can be a discussion between, for instance, myself and the head of DPCI to say, on this project, we will be limiting our briefing as well as our information sharing, because we have some of the target in the space. But that talks to also trust issues between the two principals, or amongst the principals in the space.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. If I can just continue with this just a little further, because you referred to a captain from Tom's, who you said was working with the criminal syndicate. And my question is, when you get this information, you're informed that there is a member of the, well, whether it's whoever the member is, member of the police service, who is implicated in this. Do you report that? Do you investigate it? What happens? What happened to this person, Captain Zungu, for example?
Thank you, Commissioners. The stages of intelligence processing, they will start with the receiving of information, which is not intelligence yet. And then it will be put through the process then of confirming it, involving the profiles, the lifestyle audit, and other unconventional methods of intelligence processing. That will take you to the stage where then you decide that we need to launch now a fully fledged investigation on this particular subject. So in this example that I've cited, we had received information which was still in the process of being, and it was not far away from the takedown date. As then the takedown came, and then it passed, and then we continued with investigation, and then during the raid and the confiscation of a cell phone from Mr. Nhlanhla on the 6th of July, the cell phone that we found there was having the particular individual, Captain Zungu, saved in the cell phone of Mr. Nhlanhla and some calls, which was then a step up of the information that we had received prior. So it's still an ongoing investigation. I'm citing it as an example as I'm going to dwell now on the interference during that day.
I got that, but can I just clarify something? You said 6th July. You said the phone that you got from Mr. Nhlanhla on the 6th of July. So that was after his arrest in May.
Yes.
So was this the phone he had while he was in prison?
In prison. Yes, Commissioners. We had 3 encounters with Mr. Nhlanhla. The first one was the 6th, and then the second one was the 6th of December. The second one was the 14th of May, and then this, at a small scale, an operation in prison was on the 6th of July.
Thank you. So let's go back to the Hawks. My question was, first of all, were you getting briefed and getting progress updates of the operation on the day?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. As an overall, we use that term in our operations. For each and every operation, there will be an overall commander who will continuously get the situation reports and advise the operational commanders on the ground. I was receiving continuous situation reports throughout the operations, even the flyover of the helicopter. I was even receiving the video footages as it's happening. So as then I'm able to activate the analysis department to continue with the profiling, identification of the aircraft, and as you get the information, because you are the overall commander, you support the team on the ground with your support staff that is behind you. So in this operation, I was continuously briefed.
So we've, as the Commission's already heard evidence that there was a person who called the Hawks, who called the head of the Hawks at the time. Do you know the person who made this call?
On the day of the takedown, we could not be able to identify, to identify the caller. But as the investigation was progressing, we managed then to narrow the scope towards the final identification of the caller, or as to the activation of the Hawks, either to be part of the operation against the lawful operation that we were conducting. Maybe to get to the...
And who was that person?
The person, so far, all our information is pointing towards a Mr. Mtetwa, who, according to our investigation, is the one who activated the call. But I'll get to the further explanation as to what led us to that identification, okay, as I explained the whole interference as per my
Okay,
affidavit.
go ahead. That
Yes.
was where I began, was to explain why you call it interference.
Yes. So maybe before I even get to the interference, one is looking at the common denominator. The first operation was the execution of an arrest warrant of Mr. Molefe, which took place before the one at Madlangla's house. But one common denominator that one needs to flag is on both these operations, the name of the Minister of Police was either dropped in the form of name dropping by the individuals against whom the operations were targeted.
General, let me take you a few steps back. You said it was Mr. Mthethwa who activated all of this. That is the involvement of the Hawks, I assume. What do you mean by activated all of this?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I was coming to the explanation now as to what we mean by activation as the event or during that operation was moving on. Maybe if the commissioners can allow me to finalize that point of the name dropping, which is something that was a common denominator.
All right, please continue then.
During the two operations, the evidence has been presented in this commission as to the dropping of the name at the operation at Molefe's place by the close protector or driver or colleague who then asked one of our members as to are they aware that Mr. Molefe is a close friend of the minister. And also later on in the operation at Madlangla's place, Mr. Nhlanhla himself indicated that you guys disturbed my diary. I was supposed to go and meet the Minister of Police. Now you are here. So that was the common denominator that I was referring to. Now going then to the...
And, sorry, General, just to clarify, that was the evidence of witness C.
Yes, witness C.
Thank you.
Then going to the, between paragraph 112 and 124 of my statement, where we're looking at the so-called by even myself in my affidavit as interference. In my view now, this was a clear obstruction of justice and defeating the ends of justice by DPCI officers, JMPD officer Mkhwanazi, and Sergeant Fanning Kosi of Detective Services in the office of the Lieutenant General Sbia at head office. I'll then unpack that what is referred to as interference in my affidavit, but my view is it's a clear obstruction of and defeating of justice. Starting with the events at Molefe's residence during the operation, of which then witness A and B, including Captain Wanda, they have presented in details. But the first incident that talks to the obstruction, as I've indicated, that with our operations we move in stages. we plan for the operation and we stick to the plan. So when we were at the initial stage of the operation, that includes a lot of surveillance, that includes a lot of scouting, that includes a lot of other covert intelligence methodologies. It happened that Mr. Molefe activated the JMPD officer, Mkhwanazi, to come and confirm what he was suspecting around his house. That also happens to a person who's familiar with our methodologies. We try by all means when we do our work not to be noticed. But the mere fact that Mr. Molefe noticed our pre-operation activities, it talked to him being familiar and working closer with our own people that will then be able to confirm that something might be coming. So
it's not that the criminals are outsmarting you, it's that they're getting information from sources inside.
Yeah. Hence, even during my first part of testimony, I indicated the very selective type of recruitment by the syndicates. They recruit those people that would add value to their operations. So hence then even our environment of intelligence community is not spared during that. So one will take that, they will get that in-service training or assistance by those people that are working for the cartel. Hence, I'm touching on this first and initial part of obstructing the ends of justice, because that was tampering with our operational plan. When then Mr. Mkhwanazi was activated to come and verify and confirm if indeed the activities in the vicinity were talking to the possible police operation, of which he successfully did and gave feedback to Mr. Molefe. So Mr. Molefe, when the operation started, phase 2, had already got the confirmation that the operation is on its way, because he happened then to get an expert that is having systems on the cell phone to verify and confirm whatever that is suspicious around and give a feedback, of which, according to our information, he did give feedback to Mr. Molefe.
And just for the record, Chair, the affidavit of Officer Mkhwanazi is contained in the annexures at SDK 22, page 196. And General Khumalo, you're familiar with that affidavit?
Yes, I am, Commissioners.
And what essentially does Officer Mkhwanazi say in that affidavit?
Officer Mkhwanazi is confirming most, if not all, of what we have made up of his activities during that day. And the affidavit that we got from him assisted us to confirm most of the information that we had picked up, and also other affidavits that we collected then when we were doing that quick investigation, because For instance, one outstanding thing might be in his affidavit, he is indicating that he was busy with his routine work around the area. But then the affidavits by his immediate supervisors was he was off sick that day, not working. So after doing whatever that he did for Mr. Molefe and giving feedback, then he says he continued with his patrols that are irrelevant based on the affidavits by the immediate supervisors that we wanted them to confirm. Also, he's confirming the abuse of the systems that are used then to verify information during investigations and intelligence processing in terms of vehicles, in terms of people. And this can go as far as maybe to touch on it. In the intelligence environment, we use a lot of covert resources. Now, for a person to be able to link a covert resource with police, it will need a person who's very knowledgeable as to how to go around and detect that, of which then Mr. Mkhwanazi successfully did.
Okay. So just to close this, to confirm, Mr. Mkhwanazi said that he obtained the ownership of those vehicles outside Mr. Molefe's house, and that was the way in which he was assisting Mr. Molefe. Is that right?
Yes.
And he also confirms in his affidavit that he's very close to Mr. Molefe.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner. And then moving on to the point that I've touched a little bit, that talks to the information about a Zungu that we had received before the interference day, the 6th of December, which was during May 2024, way before the 6th of December, when then Major General Shibiri informed our witness A and B that the people that they were investigating are having lots of money and they are linked with officers from the tombs of the Hawks. And he specifically mentioned a Zungu. So that is the information that we received way before the 6th of December. Now we then package it where it belongs, and we processing it as we move along with the investigation. I am touching it at this stage, so as when I get to the high level, I take it that I won't have to dive deep in terms of the activities by Toms and Hawks on the 6th, because there is a lot of evidence that has been led here.
That's right.
I'm touching on this point so as when I get to the high-level summary of what happened on the day, we link it with the information that we had received months before that talks to the Toms and the Hawks, that then informs my view of this not just being interference, but being the obstruction and defeating of justice.
And we're going to end up with Mr. Mtetwa at some point there.
Yes.
Okay, continue.
Then, so with that, then, from our side, that we were privy to the May information and other activities that we had already conducted after receiving that information in May, confirming, attempting to identify others, because the statement was Mr. Molefe and the people that the team was investigating were linked with officers from Toms and Hawks, with specific reference to Zungu. So we had to do a lot of other spade work to try and confirm that statement. That is then from May up to now, because it did not stop on the 6th of December. So it was not a real surprise for us what happened on the 6th, when then there were members from the Hawks, including Toms, in Mr. Katiso Mlefe's premises during our operation, based on that information that we had received.
General, do you hold this view of obstruction of justice against the members of the Hawks who arrived at the scene, or do you hold it as against perhaps people much higher up? Let's leave aside Officer Zungu for a moment, but those who actually arrived on the day, do you hold that view against them? I'll tell you why I'm asking. I understand the offense of obstruction of justice to have as a mental element intent, not negligence, but intent. So would you say all of those officers who arrived there and who, on my understanding of the evidence, went there on the instructions of senior officers, so would you say those officers at that level had an intention to commit the offense of obstruction of justice? If you do, on what basis do you do so?
Thank you, Chair. When we round off the investigation, preparing then to process the matter forward for prosecution, that is the time where we will be able then to bounce the actions and activities by each individual against the elements of the crime of obstructing, as the Chair has indicated. For now, the identification and information is talking to the activities. So they might, if I may make an example, there might be a person who had intent of defeating the cause of justice who was not at the scene, but who played a role. And then within a vehicle, there might be 2 or 3 people that were at the scene of crime, and maybe one of them did not have the intent, but then 2 had intent. So the final stages of investigation then will clearly give us the picture.
So at this stage, you are referring to the Hawks as a collective, not necessarily identifying individuals.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So moving on to the issue of how far we are in terms of the identification of the activator. According to the reports that we received from the day of the operation, and also our follow-up investigations that we did, is that Mr. boy Mthethwa is the one who activated the involvement of the Hawks. Why we say so, it's because he was not within the premises. So when then he arrived, based on our methodology of operation, I think during my initial testimony, we played a short video of our very minor operation, which is compliance inspections in Cat Matlala's offices. And we saw how we approach each and every operation. It's the combat that will clear the target for the experts to come and do their work.
Who will neutralize? That's the verb that you use.
I was trying to avoid it, Chair. Who will neutralize the target so as it makes the environment conducive for the experts to do their work. So in this operation, the same happened. When then the target, if I talk to the target, we don't normally refer to a person. The target is from the gate or from the vicinity. Whatever that will demarcate as a target, the space that we must own during the operation, it will be referred to as a target. Now, when the target was neutralized, with using that word with the permission from the chair, and then that's when then Mr. Mthethwa came and attempted then to cross over the red tape, the demarcated neutralized space, and he tried to introduce himself as a brother to Molefe. Still, that did not work because it does not work, because you cannot make the target sterile and you also contaminate it. Whoever or whatever that attempts to contaminate the target will have to wait until we are done. So that excuse or request was not successful of a Mr. Mthethwa who introduced himself as a brother so as he can be allowed to enter the neutral ground. And then he was refused, and then that's when then he indicated that he will call the Hawks to come. So that is the first part that talks to why we are moving towards identifying him as the activator of the Hawks.
But who did he call? Oh, sorry.
Was he seen making a call?
Can I?
Was he seen making a call?
Yeah, I'm still getting there, Commissioner. I was just
sorry for being so enthusiastic as you do.
I was indicating the words uttered first, that if you refuse me as a brother to Katiso Molefe to enter, then I'm going to call the Hawks to come here, interpreted by us to come and deal with you, that you are refusing me access into the premises. And then thereafter, the evidence also led by Captain Wanda, who was the senior during that operation, confirms then that he did speak to Brigadier Mkhwanazi of the Hawks through the phone of Mr. Mthethwa, maybe linking that with the information that we had received that the information of the deployment of the Hawks came from the national head to the divisional commissioner, then to Brigadier Mkhwanazi. Now, when the evidence of Captain Wanda comes with him talking to a Brigadier Mkhwanazi through the phone of Mr. Mthethwa, takes us back to the utterances of Mr. Mthethwa that I will call the Hawks to come. That is the second part. So by the time then Mr. Mthethwa activated, as I've said, the Hawks according to our current information, because the activation was under the pretense of police impersonation, that whoever chose the police impersonation as a reason to activate the Hawks did not have access to Officer Mokgatle's confirmation long before, to say the activities, people that are around hoovering and doing whatever are real police officers. It means there is an operation that is coming. So we are saying, that is my view, that there was that either lack of communication or the use of police impersonation was an attempt to make it look genuine. But the information was already confirmed during the pre-operation phase. Then on further investigation, it was then confirmed. I'm going back to the Toms, the Hawks, General Shibiri. It was then confirmed that indeed General Shibiri was not wrong when he gave us the information long before that there are officers within Toms of Hawks that are working together with the cartel. That was also confirmed then on the 6th of July when we confiscated the phone from Madlanga, which is part of the cartel. We are using that to round off what informs the current view that the events that are involving the JMPD officer as well as the Hawks, we are holding the view of it being the defeating the ends of justice on that specific day.
General, but do you know who Mr. Mthethwa is? Is he a relative of Mr. Molefe? Who is he?
Unless I am pushed further by the senior counsel, I will confirm that we do know who Mr. Mthethwa is. He is an associate of Mr. Molefe.
He's an associate of Mr. Molefe?
Yes.
And you're saying you will go no further. Is this part of an ongoing criminal investigation?
It is part of the ongoing investigation. That's correct.
And just the one other thing is, I wasn't sure whether you had got there, whether you said it was who exactly, do you know who Mr. Mthethwa called exactly? I know the evidence says that Mr. Mkhwanazi was on the line, and of course he rounded up the troops to go and to check out the scene, but who did he call?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioners. That is the part of the investigation that we are rounding up that I can link with my response to the question that was asked by the chairperson, that using the chain of events as well as the information that we had through affidavits and the information on the ground, together with the statements or affidavits that are talking to the chain of communication, we are still in that process of positively linking the two. That will give us then the final suspicions that the involvement of A, D, and F was intentional, but the involvement of B, E, and G was collateral damage or was by a coincidence.
Okay, thank you, General. Does that then conclude your...
Interference.
Yes, what you wish to say about interference by the Hawks? And what I meant is in relation to Mr. Molefe and the incident of Mr. Molefe.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And are you now going to turn to the operation on the same day that took place at Mr. Nhlanhla's home, I believe?
Yes.
Okay, so you've already explained why both were conducted on the same day. And what exactly was it that you were seeking to do at Mr. Nhlanhla's house? What was that investigation about?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioners. As I've indicated, the purpose of the operation that we termed search and questioning was part of the investigation that was informed by the intelligence that we had collected, and most importantly, that we had confirmed around the same day or same hours or same days we got the warrant of arrest of Mr. Molefe between the 4th and the 5th. When you have finalized the investigation, you brief the prosecution and you get the warrant of arrest. So as that was happening, we were also receiving more concrete intelligence that was talking to the kidnapping case. I gave the background, maybe not in full, that investigation to be allocated to this team came as a result of a meeting that I was invited to by the National Commissioner with a victim. A victim, I mean people that are closer to the victim of kidnapping. It is during that meeting that they shared their wish and their uncomfortability about this particular kidnapping case being investigated within the office of the Deputy National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Sbiya, because according to them, their information was Mr. Nhlanhla was involved in the kidnapping, and Mr. Nhlanhla is very close to the Deputy National Commissioner. So it is during that meeting that the instruction, in some cases, if not all cases, in the SAPS we work with instructions, not requests, that the team, GCI Ops, must take over this investigation. So during the collection of intelligence as well as information, which also included a lot of digital forensic analysis in terms of video footages, that included a lot of call data analysis, because we had those experts that were there to assist in the Vereeniging case. Now that this case has been made part of this, they were also assisting. So the operation then was termed the search and questioning, because there was evidence, or not evidence, there was intelligence that was confirmed that the victim might be in those particular premises, and delaying that, as I referred to earlier on, that kidnapping is a life and limb situation. Your first objective is to rescue the victim unharmed.
When did you acquire that intelligence that the victim may be at these premises?
It was being acquired as the days were moving towards the 6th, but specifically between the 4th and the 5th, that's when then the information or intelligence was confirmed, which then prompted us to plan that operation so as then we achieve the main objective of rescuing the victim. And if I'm not mistaken, witness C testified a lot on the specifics that we had in terms of intelligence that day.
Okay. So you confirmed the intelligence on around the 4th, 5th, and you conducted the operation on the 6th. And then what happened when you arrived?
That will bring me to the third and the last part of interference, which again, according to my view, subscribes to the defeating the ends of justice. We had confirmed, as I've said, intelligence, and we were not going to take a decision to have that operation if we did not check what we had against our standard operational procedures. Then the interference in the form of defeating the ends of justice in that second operation now comes in the interview that the team had with the subject of investigation, Mr. Nhlanhla, who confirmed and even showed evidence that Sergeant Nkosi told me that you are coming. The first part of that was told me where the place where you were having the briefing. When we go for an operation, we will have a staging area where we will brief, the final brief before we attend to the target. So the situation reports were going to Mr. Nhlanhla as we are moving on with the operation. So which will be between an hour or 2 hours as we move on. So if you are given the concrete information that the team is having their briefing session in that place, and after that they are coming to your house, and then you have enough time to prepare. Hence, then when the team came, Mr. Nhlanhla confirmed that he was expecting and waiting for them. Looking at that evidence and information.
Sorry, General Khumalo, you mentioned Officer Nkosi. I just want to confirm that that is not the same Nkosi that was giving evidence before the commission, I think yesterday. This is not the warrant officer. This is a Sergeant Nkosi.
That is correct, Commissioners. Maybe I was going to call this one witness E, if that was the case. This is a Sergeant Nkosi,
Yes.
who is a detective,
Yes.
attached to the office of the Deputy National Commissioner, General Sibiya.
And this is the Sergeant Nkosi that witness C has testified about.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And is this the same Sergeant Nkosi who had the bank card of Mr. Nhlanhla that we saw in those WhatsApp pictures?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
I should think on the interference paragraphs that are moving from 112 of my affidavit to 124, that is talking to the interference, that I am holding the view of it being the defeating the ends of justice and obstruction. It was really a bad day for the team. We are not people that are happy with a 50% out of 100%. When we do our work, prepare, and we decide to go for a takedown, we want 100%. But the way what I referred to as interference in my affidavit made us not to achieve the 100% that we always strive for, more especially at our second operation then that is related to kidnapping.
Okay. So, and you say that because of this interference by Nkosi, which defeated your operation on that day. And is this, and I need you to just take this further. I want to understand how you fit the sergeant into the picture. You've said before that he is, he's close to General Sibiya.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Why do you say that?
I say he's close, firstly, because officially he is working from his office. And there is evidence that we are still going to lead that will confirm the closeness in terms of the resources that he is utilizing, the official resources that he is utilizing to further the objectives of the cartel instead of the objectives of SAPS to investigate crime as he is expected to do. Senior Counsel touched on the...
Should we do that? I mean, you say that we will still lead. Should we just get there? Let's get to that point, the evidence that you want to lead in relation to Sergeant Nkosi.
That is correct,
Okay.
Commissioners. We can get to that evidence.
Before you do that, Mr. Sim, can I just ask a question? General, this Sergeant Nkosi, was he part of the team that would have been involved with this operation at Mr. Nhlanhla's? Was he part of it?
Thank you, Commissioner. No, not at all. The team that is, because Sergeant Nkosi is a detective. So in this team, we have only 3 detectives and we know them, we work with them. So there won't be the 4th one that, as I indicated, that during our investigation, more especially during takedown, we try by all means to limit the involvement of other people because we had invested so much on what we have collected. Now, if we are going to allow a newcomer, a foreigner to come and have access to what we have, it might then jeopardize our chances of being successful. So he was not part of the investigation.
If he wasn't part of the investigation, how would he have known the kind of detail, for example, that you are now meeting for briefing? You're at a staging, I think you call it a staging place, and from there you are proceeding to Mr. Nhlanhla on that day. How would he have known that information?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. That is the part of investigation that we are rounding off to talk to the defeating the ends of justice. There are lots of possibilities and we have done some eliminations so as then we can come to the final evidence that will give us exactly how was he able to get these blow-by-blow plans and activities by the team on that specific day.
Was that the fact that you are conducting the operation on the day, but also the detail of your staging? You have your meeting for a briefing at a particular place at a particular time. Was that information that was widely known within the SAPS?
Thank you, Commissioner. As I reflected earlier on, we try by all means to protect our information, especially when it comes to that stage of takedown. The information was not widely known. I indicated that the combat team that we planned and utilized for this part of operation was the Special Task Force team, 2 sections that we had to get from other provinces other than Gauteng, because we had information and intelligence as to how resourceful the cartel is, especially within Gauteng, but still it managed then to get into this particular sergeant. And so it's part of the investigation. Started with the debriefing, checking as to where did we go wrong, what happened, and then it led us then to the investigation where we are eliminating facts that cannot be true or be evidence, but we are moving closer to having a concrete answer, which is one of, we always say, learning curves, because when you are involved in a counterintelligence project, the first fact is you are fighting an enemy from within, other than from outside SAPS. So we are in that situation, Commissioner.
So, thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. So what I'm hearing you say, General, is that this is still part of an ongoing investigation. But you do wish to put some evidence before the Commission. And the evidence that you now wish to place before the Commission is in fact evidence that has been led in camera by Officer X. And the reason why it was in camera was because it was part of an ongoing criminal investigation. Isn't that so?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And why now have you decided that, first of all, is everything that was led in camera going to be provided to the Commission openly today, or only a part?
Thank you, Commissioners. When I appeared in front of the Commissioners and I tendered the application for some of the evidence or information to be heard in camera, I did indicate that as the Commission will be continuing with its work, it might happen that there will be part of what was heard on camera that then we might see the need now of leading that in evidence in front of the Commission in public, weighing against the disadvantages. So the part that we are going to lead today, which was part of the in-camera evidence, is the part that we feel that we have exhausted the investigation. There might be also some parts that might not form part of the evidence where we are still finalizing the investigations.
Okay, so it's not all of the evidence, it's part of it that you wish to leave today. Okay, and before we begin with that evidence, can you just tell the Commission what the general subject is that you are going to be dealing with?
Just before you go there, which file should we?
My apologies, Commissioners. It is now the file Exhibits Bundle, Part 2.
We can put away the annexures bundle for now.
Yes, you may. Commissioners, the exhibits bundle, this is the part 2 of the exhibits bundle. And the items, there are 11 items. And they're marked CJC 22 to CJC 32. And they will be led in that sequence. General, do you have that in front of you?
Yes, yes,
You
I
do.
have.
Okay, so I think before we start, do you just want to give in just a sentence or two, an indication to the Commission what this evidence relates to?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioners. The evidence relates to my last part of interference that I was leading, which is around Sergeant Kosi, that I reflected that he is attached to the office of the Deputy National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Sibiya, and the evidence will be talking to the link that has been identified through Sergeant Kosi, that is linking the office of Lieutenant General Sibiya and the cartel, which can be easily understood if we may recall the evidence that we led on the charts where the bank card the picture or photo of the bank card of Mr. Madlanga was found to be in possession of a Sergeant Ghost.
Okay. We'll begin with the first item then. And if I could ask for it to be projected. Sound.
Masaito.
Okay. So, thank you. So, General, what is this that we are looking at? Sorry, can you put it back up?
Thank you, Commissioners. A one-liner introduction to this. I'll go back to the operation for the 6th of December. On the 6th of December, during that operation, one of our activities was to download the CCTV camera footage in the premises of Mr. Molefe, of which we did. So the CCTV footage that we are playing is the one that was confiscated and downloaded on the 6th of December. But the evidence, as per the dates, if the dates will appear on the screen, it's for the 27th of November, which was then around 5 or 6 days or less than 10 days before the 6th of December. So on the first part.
Let's just take it slowly. So this is, what we are looking at is footage from the CCTV camera at Mr. Molefe's house.
Yes, Commissioners.
And the date stamp is 27 November 2024.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And who is the person that we can see in the video that's exiting the white BMW?
The person that we see exiting the white BMW is a Sergeant Nkosi.
Okay, so that's...
He just arrived in the premises of Katiso Molefe on the 27th of November. Okay. So the vehicle that is projected there on the video, I think we are still going to see it much closer. It is the vehicle. It is an SAPS vehicle that is allocated to the office of the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Sibiya. So that is the first link that one will explain with that. And there is a lot of, or maybe one has to, because when we get to that slide, we might have lots of questions. It is the policy of the South African Police Service to have all vehicles fitted with an internal tracking system, which is referred to as AVL, so as then we are able, especially during complaints, investigations, and our type of investigations, we are able then to have our work easily cut out. But this...
sorry, I'm going to interrupt you because we're going to come there.
Yes.
So let's, again, let's just take it slowly. So 27 November 2024, and the timestamp is 1631. Is that right?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Okay. And so we see Sergeant Nkosi arriving. And there's anything else that we need to see from this video?
From this video, we can confirm that those premises are for Mr. Katiso Molefe. We have been frequent visitors there. We had arrested him twice, and he's getting bail now and again. We might then go back there anytime soon. So we confirm that these are his premises. We confirm the car and the individual driving the car.
Right.
Just for the record, this is the Sandhurst residence where the incident with the Hawks took place and where the takedown operation took place.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. So could we, anything further from this video that you wish to say? From this
No,
clip?
we can
Can we move on?
continue.
Okay. So can we play the second clip? It's not showing. Could we have it projected, please? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. On the,
1 second, General. I just want to go back to the beginning of this. Thank you. Let's just watch the video. Okay, can we go back to the beginning and pause it there? Okay, so now that we've seen it, we're just going to go back to the beginning, pause it, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners. This part of the video, maybe if we can check the time, Mr. Sergeant Nkosi did not spend much time there. It was less than 5 or 6 minutes.
Well, the timestamp says 1640, and the previous video was 1631, so it's about 9 minutes.
Yeah. And then we noticed that when he was arriving, he did not have any bag with. So now this second video is showing, okay, maybe standing there, it's him and Mr. Katiso Molefe, who is then accompanying his visitor back to his car. And then we notice that the sergeant is now carrying a white paper bag. Unfortunately for us, it's not transparent, so as we can see what type of chocolate is in there, but he is having a bag that does not look like it's heavy, but it has got some contents. Then we'll use lots of analytical minds to check what is it that you can carry in such a carrier bag with value, but it's not that heavy, as then the picture is like he just came in to collect something that was already packed and waiting for pickup.
Okay, but you don't know what's in the bag, correct?
That's correct, Commissioners. We're still trying to get the systems that will make us be able to see behind bags, the scanners through the system. But using our own analytical minds, we can see that he's carrying something that is not that heavy, but it's of value.
Okay.
And We can then look at chocolate, sweets, or whatever that you can put in that type of a bag, and you hold it dearly so on your right hand. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, and so, sorry, if you could just go to the end of that video, if you could just scroll it down to the end. Yes. Right, so that is Mr. Molefe who escorted him back to the vehicle.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay. Can we then turn to item 3?
Mr. Sim, perhaps before you go too far, for the record, I think you should state the exhibit numbers.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. So the first video clip was CJC 22. The second was CJC 23. That's the video we just saw. The third item is CJC 24. Okay, so this is a screenshot. Well, what is this? It's a screenshot of the car. We can see that.
It's a
Can you tell us?
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yes.
It's a screenshot of the same car that we wanted to confirm the registration numbers, which corresponds with what we call in the police SAPS number. Each and every police car has got two numbers. There is an SAPS number as well as the registration number. As it's reflected there, it's FV38 and HGP.
And is this photograph a still screenshot from the video that we just watched?
From the video footage, we wanted to confirm and project it, because in the video footage, as the video is moving, it's not easy. But then we used different angles of a video. Then we opted for this that can clearly show the registration plate.
The registration number. Okay. So that's the same car that was in the driveway of Mr. Molefe's house. Okay. Can we then turn to item 4, which is CJC 25? And General, this is what you started speaking about earlier, and it's projected on the screen, but there's also a hard copy of this in your folder as CJC 25, if it's easier for you to read it. Can you tell us what it is we're looking at?
Thank you, Commissioners. As I've reflected and I said, all the vehicles of SAPS are registered on a particular system, which will be linked with the tracker system of SAPS. Now, in an attempt then to finalize our identification of the car, we have to work closer with indeed, the registration number was confirmed, highlighted in blue, and then the particulars of the vehicle, including its allocation, which is reflected then indeed as the car being allocated in the office of on utilizing this system was to using the tracking system, only to get the report from the system managers that the the vehicle movement tracking unit, like a normal tracker, is not installed in the car. It's either it was never installed, but the information about the car is on the system. It's either was not installed or was installed and removed sometime. So that is the investigation part that is still ongoing, because if it was installed before, it needs a reversal on the system until you get to a date when it was still recording the movements. But the current status is the unit itself is not in the vehicle.
I think perhaps for the record, if you could just read out the bottom right-hand corner of that screen, where it says last message from PAS.
Okay, thank you. That is the report then from the system that confirms what I've just said. There is no vehicle movement unit installed in this vehicle on our system, but the vehicle itself and its particulars is on the system.
Thank you. And we have confirmed, I might have just, for the record again, the registration number is at the top left-hand corner of this document.
Yes, Commissioners, that's where I started trying
Yes.
to explain this still photo of or printout of the system. That is the registration number that is picked up from the video footages and still photos and compared to with what is on the system, including the make and almost the whole information about the vehicle. And we have since then got hold of the vehicle itself to do the physical check and comparison to make sure that we have the correct information.
Thank you. Chair, it's 13:02.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chair.
And of course, resume at 9:30 as usual.
Thank you, Chair. So, General Khumalo, we left off, the last thing we were looking at was the information on the BMW, and you had finished explaining to the Commission that what the details of the vehicle are, who it's allocated to, and that there's no tracker installed on the vehicle, on that vehicle. So that was CJC 25. The next item.
Maybe before you move on, Ms. Asim, let me ask my question. General, we heard yesterday from a witness for the DPCI that they have a system where if a vehicle is used, a DPCI vehicle is used, there has to be a log that is completed, which explains where the vehicle went and its purpose, why it was there. So there's a record keeping of sorts on the movement of vehicles. Does the SAP, do you have that in your section, including the Deputy National Commissioner's Office?
Thank you, Commissioners. Yes, indeed, we have the official log sheet for any movement of a vehicle that is completed manually in support of this electronic tracking. It's called SAP 132B. Part of our investigation on this is talking to that, but the current information is there is none existing also. So both the electronic tracking and the manual one, it looks like it's not existing, but we do have the system in place.
Okay. And then secondly, the Sergeant Nkosi, I think you said earlier he wasn't involved with the operation, with the team. He's not part of the team that was involved with the Madlanga matter, the Bukhoshi investigation. I think that's what you said. If he's involved with any investigation, well, maybe let me first ask this way. Could he be involved in an investigation that you are not aware of and that would put him at Mr. Molife's house? Is it possible given his job and where he's sitting?
Thank you, Commissioner. It is possible if you are an investigating officer, you go where your investigation is leading to. There are investigations that are conducted in the office of the Deputy National Commissioner. Hence, there is that team that is there in the office of the Deputy National Commissioner. So it might happen if then there was an investigation that was making him to be in the premises of Mr. Madlanga.
And if there is such, there would be a record of it, any such investigation. There would be a record of it.
That is correct, Commissioner.
All right. Thank you, General. Thank you, Ms. Asim.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi.
Just a quick question. The operation at Mr. Madlanga's house on the 6th of December 2024, did you brief the National Commissioner and the Deputy Commissioners about it in advance of the operation?
It's only the National Commissioner that was briefed in advance, but then in terms of information, maybe also getting to the Deputy National Commissioner's level, it's part of the investigation that we are busy with to determine the leakage.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Okay, so, General, could we look at now CJC 26, which is also a video? We'll play it first. Okay, back to the beginning. All right, thanks. Can you just play it until all the individuals are on the screen? There, thank you. All right. First of all, General, what is this a video of? Where is this place?
Thank you, Commissioners. This is a recent footage that was shown on national television on the 9th of October 2025. It was during the search and seizure operation that was conducted by the team from KZN that is investigating cases then that are related to, amongst others, the Deputy National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Sibiya. So this is the footage that the team had interest on for various reasons that I'm still going to expand on as we move on with this linkage that we are discussing on this part of my affidavit.
Okay, thank you. So this is a video of a TV screen. So this was playing on the news. Is that
correct.
right?
That's correct.
And it says on the TV screen, Sibiya home raid. And it was on the 9th of October, as you said. So can you identify who, first of all, can you confirm that this is Mr. Sibiya's house?
Yes, Commissioners, we can confirm that it is Lieutenant General Sibiya's gate to the house, to the premises.
Okay. And there are 3 individuals in the video. Can you describe, do you know who they are, and can you tell the Commission, starting with the figure in the black pants?
The figure in black pants on the right, it is the Deputy National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Sibiya, and then the figure following him on a black shirt poses like a close protector that we have not fully identified, the same as the other gentleman then that is remaining behind.
So the third gentleman is in a striped shirt. You've not been able to identify.
We are still in the process of fully identifying.
Okay. So can we just play the video through again? Okay. All right. So can you describe what happens now?
Yeah, the figure with a black T-shirt is seen posing or acting like a protector by opening the door for the principal to get into the driver's seat And after that, then the figure will move towards the back to the third vehicle on that convoy of 3 vehicles that are at the gate.
So Mr. Sibiya gets into this,
Driver's seat
of this
the
what you call this, this Toyota,
a Toyota
Bakkie.
Bakkie double cab.
and then the person who you think is a protector proceeds to the third vehicle in the line of.
To the third vehicle in the line that we
Okay.
see.
Okay. And you've been able to, well, maybe let's go to the next item and then we can conclude what we make of this. And so that's would be CJC 27.
Thank you. It's a still photo.
Scroll down.
Yeah.
Can I continue? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners. It's a still photo from the video footage that we have just seen that is giving us a clear registration numbers of the vehicle and the same 3 gentlemen then moving as per the previous video with the heading heavily armed police raid home of suspended Deputy National Commissioner Shadrack Sibiya.
Okay, we're going to come back to this vehicle. Can you just read out what the license plate number is for this Toyota Hilux?
The license number, as clearly seen on the still photo, it's LY36PGGP.
Okay, thanks. And the next item then is CJC 28. This is also a still photo. Is this a photograph of the 2 vehicles that were following the Hilux?
That is correct from the other angle of the video footage. The purpose was to identify the white BMW that looked like the one that we have seen before. And indeed, it was confirmed with the registration plate that on that convoy, the third car, as the convoy was leaving the gate, was indeed the same BMW that is allocated to the office of the division of the Deputy National Commissioner.
And were you able to establish who's driving the vehicle?
At the time of the video footage and the still photos, we had not identified the driver.
Okay. So you now have identified the registration numbers of the 2 cars, one being the BMW and the other being the Toyota Hilux. Can we go to item CJC 29? And in fact, you know, General, it's probably better if we just did the following. If we go to the next one, which is CJC 30 first. And can you tell us what that's a picture of?
Thank you, Commissioners. The picture is from the LPR footage that we we
Can you
sourced
just define LPR for the Commission, please?
in full. Let me look for. It's a license plate recognition system that we normally source then from our partners during the investigation.
Okay, continue.
So the footage and the still photos are for the date of the 30th of the 9th month, 2025. It was on the William Nicol Drive, and then it specifies the time that the vehicles were moving past that camera, and it shows us the same motor vehicles then following each other as identified on the day of the search and seizure operation in the office of the DNC.
This was on the 30th of September. Sorry. This is 30th September 2025. So it's not on the day of the search and seizure operation. Is that right?
That is correct, Commissioner.
General, can you please give us more information on the camera that you mentioned?
On the camera.
The camera that we are using, it's a license plate recognition that is used by most of the security companies and other stakeholders then that are assigned or responsible for the monitoring of some specific routes. Then they are our stakeholders, because if there is information that we will want to access, then we can be able to.
So these cameras are placed along certain routes?
Along certain routes, depending as to which security company is assigned to monitor a specific route.
Thank you.
Those are private companies.
Yes.
And you requested the footage. How did you get this particular footage? Do you request footage for a particular license plate number or a particular day? How do you get it?
As part of information collection, we will then request, sometimes based on a particular date, because there is something that we want to confirm. Sometimes it will be a random request, so as we can see the movement of a vehicle that is the subject of investigation.
So in this case, it was a request for the specific license
date,
plate. Yeah.
for a specific reason,
Okay.
which might form part of what I requested, that there are some parts of this that are still ongoing in terms of investigation.
Okay. So so here we have, you said it was on William Nicol Drive, it's the 30th of September, it's at 19 minutes past 12 in the day, and the two vehicles you were able to confirm are which vehicles?
Yes, we were able to confirm that it's the two vehicles of interest with the same registration plates of a double cab Toyota Baki with registration number LY36PGGP in front, followed by the BMW with registration number, the police BMW with registration number FV38NHGP.
Okay. And if we turn over the page in the same exhibit, CJC 30, so that would be page 10, we have another photograph of those cars. And can you just tell us when that was taken? And at what time?
Thank you,
And,
Commissioners.
and where?
Thank you, Commissioners. That was around Sentin, and then along Freedman Drive and West.
I think you're looking at the wrong,
Ahmed? Oh, okay.
page 10.
Sorry. Sorry, Commissioners. That is at Glenhove Road, and then the time, the date was the 7th of October, time 12:22.
And it's the same two cars.
Yes.
Okay, page 11.
Page 11, the same two cars on a different date that is not clear or visible on the still photo, and we do not have also them on our notes, but it's at Sentin, Freedman Drive. The same two vehicles were captured there.
Okay, and then if you turn over page 12.
Page 12, the LPR is showing us the same vehicle of interest without then the BMW following it on this picture, and the date and times are also not captured on the photo, but the registration number is still the same car.
Okay. And then just for completeness, let's go to 13.
On the 13, we pick up through the LPRs, the SAPS BMW with the same registration plate, the number of the camera, the time and the date was the 9th of October at 21:05, which is the night or the same day as the day of the search and seizure operation.
Okay, so it's dark because it's taken at night.
At night, yes.
So it's 9 October 21:05, and that's the BMW.
Yes.
And then the next page, 14.
Next page, 14, it's now the Bakkie, same camera, same date, more or less the same time, with the difference of a second following. The interpretation is the following each other.
So on page 14, you have the Bakkie, and it passes the camera at 21:05, 0 seconds.
Yes.
And then on 13, the BMW passes the camera at 21:05 and 1 second. So it was 1 second after the Bakkie.
Yes, hence our analysis then says same day, same camera, possibility is the vehicles were following each other.
Okay, so with that, those series of pictures, let's go back to the exhibit we were looking at earlier, which is CJC 29. And can you explain what this exhibit is showing first before we look at the detail?
Yes. The exhibit marked as CJC 29, it's the data that will request, that will give us information that we'll need to analyze, consolidating all the cameras that a vehicle of interest happened to pass. And then if they are two, like in this case, we will use such information then to build up the pattern of the vehicles following each other on the days that on the same days and times, as well as the camera numbers and the routes that the vehicles are traveling on.
Okay, thank you. So so this is a sort of consolidated data set of the vehicles passing various cameras.
That is correct, Commissioners. You will get both the images as well as data because sometimes to get more data, it helps you to build a bigger picture than to want to rely on the images only.
So can we look at the detail of this then? So to explain what it is you see from this data.
On this data, Chair,
And we don't need to go through all, but we could go to maybe 3 of them just to give the Commission the idea of what's going on in here. Yeah.
as the system is referred to as LPR, license recognition, it shows that it works on the registration plate. So that is why then before any data is captured, there will be a registration plate, and thereafter the next information that will be having a date of when it was captured, and then will also be followed by the area as well as the street, so as you are able to see as to which direction the vehicle of interest was moving towards.
Okay, so can we be a bit more specific about this? If we look at the first one on the left-hand side, that's the license plate for the bakkie. Is that right?
That is correct.
And it is a photograph taken on 9 October at 21:05 and 0 seconds.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
And it was taken at East Road and South Road.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, so if we move down to the BMW, the FV license plate,
Then the FV now for the BMW on the same road, same camera, more or less the same time, on the same date, with a difference of seconds or a minute apart.
it's 1 second apart.
Yes.
21:05 and 1 second.
That's correct.
So if we just do the same exercise to show the pattern with the second one. So the second from the top, again, the bakkie.
The second from the top, also for the bakkie, registration LY, East Rand and South Road, number of the camera, and then the date as well as the time, 21:04:56.
21:04:56. And if we compare that with the BMW, it's the second one.
The second
the
one
time
from
is?
the top,
Yeah.
the BMW is the same East Rand and South Road, same camera, and then the same date, and the time is 21:05, 1 second.
No. I think you mixed up the two. It's 21:01 and 58 seconds.
Yes. Number 3.
Yes.
Yes.
So the difference between the two is 2 seconds.
Yes.
Okay. And if we take one more, if we take the last LY, the last bakkie one on the left-hand side,
The
that one.
LY,
Can
the
you- yes,
first one,
are you
the
able to
first
read it?
entry, the
Yes.
first entry.
the one, so the 1, 2, 3, the fourth one from the top. Sorry? Oh, on your screen, it's the first one at the top, yeah.
On my screen is the first one.
On the
It's
left, yeah.
The LY36PGGP, Sentin, Friedman Road and Rivonia Road. The date is the 9th of October. The time is 20:33, 15 seconds.
Okay, so then if we move down to the BMW, what does that show? Which is the third one.
It's the registration number of the BMW, same route, Sentin, Friedman Road, Rivonia Road, same camera number, same date, October 9, time is 20:34, 36 seconds.
Okay, so 20, 34, and 36 seconds. So this is, and the one before it was 20, 33, and 15 seconds. So it's sort of 45 seconds apart.
Yes, Commissioners, that is the exercise then that we will embark on. Once you receive this data, which is in bulks, but then it will need that thorough analysis to determine the days and times when the two vehicles were moving together and when they were separate, because it assists in terms of proving the point of investigation that you are targeting.
And have you and your team done a thorough analysis? I understand that this is here for illustrative purposes, but have you done a thorough analysis on the movement of these two cars?
We have done a thorough analysis that is talking to our points of investigations.
And what does the analysis show you?
Commissioners, as I requested, maybe that there are parts of this investigation that we will request that they remain on camera, but after we have secured evidence and data, we felt that we can share, and then the final results that is turning this into an evidence, and then we think that we need to finalize that type of investigation first.
Okay, is it fair to say that at the minimum, what we see is that the two cars move together?
That is correct, more especially, Commissioners, if we look at the main heading for our discussion, the link that we have been working on that talks to the office of the DNC, Mr. Nkosi and the Kachala.
So we were able to, you've identified the BMW and the ownership of the BMW and the driver. Can we now do the same for the bakkie? And
the driver, when the BMW arrived at Mulife's home, have we established who the driver was on the clips on the highway? The clips captured by the cameras along the highway. Do we know who the driver of the BMW was there? At Mr. Mulife's house, you have told us that the driver was Sergeant Nkosi.
Yes, Commissioner, using the CCTV footage, it gave us concrete information, and then using the license recognition system needs to be coupled with the either local or internal tracker as well as the 132B that will give the particulars of the driver and the purpose for driving. So it's the part that we are still wrapping up.
Thank you, thank you.
okay, so you're not able to say at this point who the driver is in these pictures? Okay, so the bakkie, can we turn to CJC 31, page 15 of the exhibits bundle. And can I ask that you zoom in on the vehicle in the middle of that screen? Okay. Okay, General. So shall we begin from there, General? Can you describe what this slide is telling us?
Thank you, Commissioners. In an attempt to consolidate all the information that we have collected and confirmed to date, starting with the vehicle itself, as we can see it in the picture, as well as the registration numbers. And then on top, I think if we scroll down, if we scroll up, we'll see the Lieutenant General who is linked with the driving of the same car on the 9th of October. And maybe also to mention that we have additional information that is showing, that is helping us with the daily movement of the car. That will direct us to the identification of drivers or driver as we finish off the investigation. But the purpose of this part is mainly to confirm the car and the driver, as well as the owner. If we scroll,
Can you go down?
you scroll up, and then the car is registered or owned by a gentleman named Scanik Stewart James. If we scroll, I'm not sure whether it will be back up. A quick, let's scroll again, and then on the left,
To the left.
to the left or to the right,
This.
to the,
This.
yeah. So a quick profile of the owner of the car. As I've mentioned, Mr. James is having a total of 34 cases. He was found guilty on 18 of them, and 11 were withdrawn, and 5 he was found not guilty. That is the profile as per our systems of the owner of the car. Now,
The owner of the Toyota Baki.
yes.
And if we, okay, so the 18, total of 34 cases against him, and in which he was found guilty in 18. Can we just scroll down to see the details of those cases? And if you can start, perhaps, yes, right at the end.
The profile of the cases, maybe then I'll get guidance from the commissioners if we have to go through all 34, 5 of them, but we have listed all of them, starting with the Brighton Beach. Most of them are from KZN. There is only one that is from the Northwest Province, starting with the Brighton Beach case number of 2011, where he was
Perhaps
guilty.
only those where he was found guilty.
Guilty, yes.
Thank you, Chair. And then the next one where he was found guilty, the Chatsworth, same year in January, which is few months before the Brighton Beach one. He was found, he committed, because the case number is the day of the offense. So it's not the day of
The verdict. Yeah.
of conviction or being found guilty. So moving to the third one, found guilty, Durban
So
Central.
the Chatsworth one was for carjacking.
The Chatsworth again in January, same year, 2011, the carjacking, which is not far away from the first carjacking that we started with, more or less the same month, and then another guilty, 2010. This time around, the car is not hijacked, but it's stolen, theft of a motor vehicle, Durban Central case, found guilty again. And then Durban North, another theft of a motor vehicle, found guilty in 2011 on the 5th month. The busiest years with the quick analysis from 2010, 2011, we are still there. Then we are moving to the next ones, Durban North again, same year, 2 months apart, another theft of a motor vehicle found guilty. Then the withdrawn, another carjacking, same year on the 6th month. It looks like then there is a carjacking or theft each and every month in different police stations. This one is Hillcrest. Another Hillcrest on the...
That one was not guilty.
The Howick, 2011 again on the 10th month, theft of a motor vehicle. Another one, Malvern, another car hijacked, followed by the Marine Hill, 2011 again, on the 6th month, another car jacking found guilty, and then not guilty, withdrawn, then guilty again, 2011, case carjacking, Newlands East in Durban, another one, not far from Durban, Pinetown, on the 6th month, another car hijacking found guilty, and then the withdrawn, another one, Richards Bay, 2012, for a change now. We're moving away from 2010, 2011, and then the assault GPH, followed by the common assault around the same area, Richards Bay, and malicious damage to property around
Sorry,
Richards.
just a second. The Richards Bay was 2021.
Was 2021, and then the not guilty Richards Bay, and the theft of a motor vehicle in 2011, the special years of stealing or hijacking cars between 2010 and 2011. And then Richards Bay, common or withdrawn, another withdrawn, not guilty, withdrawn, another guilty, Town Hill, theft of a motor vehicle during 2012, and then another guilty in the same area the previous year, which is 2011, for a theft of a motor vehicle, and then the Wentworth in 2011 around Durban for the carjacking. And then the last one then is 2011 case. He was found guilty for carjacking. The list as reflected, there are lots of questions. If you commit so many theft and hijackings within the space of 2 years and you are found guilty, how many years and when are you serving your sentences? Because everything is like in a very short space of time. That is part of investigation that is still ongoing. That is the criminal profile of the owner of the buggy so far.
So this is the vehicle that General Sibia got into on the day of the raid on his home, and this is the person who owns it, and he has quite a long rap sheet. And quite serious crimes too. Would you agree?
I fully agree, Commissioners.
Okay, so if we want to wrap up this section, unless there's anything else you want to say on this slide, General, no? Okay, so then can we turn to CJC 32, page 16. And can you describe what we see in that picture?
On the picture is the day the Deputy National Commissioner was appearing in the ad hoc committee with the same gentleman, owner of the car, acting like his close protector in the highest offices of government for 2 days. We then captured that so as then we can finalize our link and relationship. Thank you.
Okay. So is the purpose of this photograph to show that he is in the presence of General Sibiya and in Parliament?
That's correct, Commissioners.
I would not have been able to recognize him in the picture in Parliament because he's clean-shaven here and is heavily bearded in the other picture where you show the ownership of the Toyota Hilux double cab buggy. How did you establish the identity?
That is correct, Commissioner. When we do the images, we want to do them in line with the photo that is on the system. But then the personal information is the one that will confirm our pieces of information. But we would not want to use the photo image from the other system when we are talking on the other system.
Complicated for me, but I'll let it ride, as they say.
But
General,
you go ahead, Commissioner.
the question is, how do you know that the person you see in CJC 32 is the owner of the Toyota double cab that we identified earlier?
Yeah.
Just by looking at this photo, how are you able to tell that that is the person?
Without maybe then divulging the parts of information that is still under investigation. But what we're projecting, it's what has been confirmed through different means of how we confirm images as well as information behind the image. I'll use maybe the first layer that moving to areas like the Parliament, like moving into this area, I must be accredited, and then my correct particulars must be captured somewhere. Now, if they will be confirmed, if they will be checked against the particulars that are in the registration of the car, I'm not saying that's what we did. I'm saying it's for an example, Commissioners.
Why are you sounding like the National Commissioner when he was asked about the WhatsApps? He would not confirm or deny. He left it in the air. So my last question is, when you say this gentleman that we see in CJC 32 is a personal protector of General Sibiya, how do you know that? Aren't personal protectors of commissioners employed by SAPS? Is this gentleman employed by SAPS or is he a private individual?
Okay. No, that is very correct, Commissioner. The personal protectors of SAPS senior officers are employed by SAPS, but in this case, then for different reasons, then it's not the case.
This gentleman is not employed by SAPS.
Is not employed by SAPS.
He's employed by General Sibia. Or you don't know?
I'm not sure of the usage of employed, Commissioner, but the activities from the allocation of a vehicle and some close protection movements will talk to a gentleman not employed by SAPS, but performing those duties.
Thank you.
In passing, in response to Commissioner Khumalo, you say that the personal protectors of senior officers within SAPS is provided by SAPS. Did I understand you correctly?
That is correct,
Now,
Commissioner.
let me ask you a specific and direct question. Does General Sibia have SAPS personal protectors?
The information that talks to the protection of senior officers, it's normally coupled with a threat and risk assessment. That is a classified document. It's something that will be between the senior officer and the national commissioner who's approving. So unfortunately, commissioners, I can only be able to give a hint on one that talks to myself because it's normally set for protection purposes centered around the two people, the senior officer and the national commission.
I would understand that to relate to whether protection should be provided, but it's something else whether factually protection is indeed provided. I would understand if your answer was, I am not able to divulge that information for security reasons. But the answer that you have given does not answer my question.
Maybe then, Chair, with your permission, if I can combine the two responses into one, that we are custodians of threat and risk assessments for everybody associated with SAPS. So we have access if we have to go to a file and review or conduct any other additional information or investigations. But the divulging and talking about the threat and risk assessment, it's governed by those policies, like I mentioned, in terms of the TRA of the investigating officers for the GCI ops.
General, you have provided us with the proof of ownership of the BMW, and you haven't done that with this vehicle, this bakkie, that you say is owned by Mr. James. Is there a reason for that?
Thank you, Chair. We can refer to it as an omission when we are packaging, but we have the computer printout like we have with the BMW.
So you have official proof that it is his vehicle?
That is correct, Commissioner.
All right. Will you make that available to the evidence leader for our records, please?
Yes, we'll do so.
Thank you. Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. Just a few questions following from that. The first is, you confirm that the owner of the Toyota is Mr. James that you referred to, right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And you, in response to Commissioner Baloy just now, you said you have a printout like with the BMW, but I just want to confirm what it is, whether you mean to say that or whether you have a form of a printout, because the one for the BMW is from the internal system.
Yes.
Is it the same kind of printout? I understood that to be for vehicles that belong to SAPS.
Yes. So in response, the vehicles that belongs to SAPS are centralized in terms of proxies. Hence, then the system will be different. But for the individual, the system that most of us, as we register our vehicles, it will be reflected on the INATIS system.
Okay, so it's a different system, but proof that it is registered to this individual that you named.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And
Before you continue, will that be marked CJC 33 or something else? When it comes?
When it comes, I think, what was the last one? 32. I think for the sake of not interfering with the next witnesses' exhibits, we'll make it 32.1.
32.1, all right, thank you.
And you confirm that it is the same, the person in the picture on the screen right now is the same person that's in the picture on the slide with the guilty convictions.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And you've conducted an investigation in order to establish that that is indeed the same person.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And just to follow up also on the question of protection, do I understand you to be saying that a senior officer in the SAPS doesn't automatically have protection protectors? It's not automatic.
That is correct. It's not automatic. It's always a recommendation that is given after a threat and risk assessment has been conducted.
Okay. So, so it's not automatic. And to the question whether General Sabia has SAPS protectors, your answer is, just to get that clearly, because I didn't quite get it when the chair was asking. So does General Sabia have SAPS protectors?
Looking at the level in terms of the policy, he is supposed to have. The only part that one cannot detail in this platform is to confirm yes or no, because the TRA is a classified document that talks to the subject and whoever is responsible for the recommendations.
Okay. I'll leave it there. You might need it after you're done on the stand. But we won't press any further with the status of the protection. We are now done with the exhibits in this bundle. Is there anything else you wished to say about this link that you were trying to make before we move off this topic?
Okay. No, thank you so much, Commissioners. The concern that we have as we're dealing with this project talks to the infiltration of, in this case, I will say SAPS at the highest level by the syndicates, before you even do the detailed investigation, looking at the basic profile of the individual, it tells you that it's either individual is part of a car hijacking syndicate that is working very hard, looking at the timelines, that it's not one vehicle per year. Maybe it's 12 or whatever the target. So that is what we think it's a worry of what we are facing as SAPS, to be easily, whether we use easily infiltrated or easily befriended or easily be associated or easily be any other weight, because it makes, as we are saying, and I quote and I hear the evidence by the witness A, B, and C, it makes the lives of those that need to deal with these cases very much difficult, because now for them to come closer to the individual, they must first go through the Deputy National Commissioner and then, which is something else. So with this, we are confirming and proving the challenges that we are facing as to, because the other thing that we can add is the professional criminals that are part of syndicates and cartels. This is a must that they must do. It's a must that they must be closer to higher levels, so as then it becomes difficult for lower levels. I should think there's been evidence that was led, I'm not quite sure whether it's this commission or the ad hoc committee, where Nhlanhla will be on the process of wanting to get closer to the so-called generals, including myself, because getting closer, it's a requirement that will make it difficult for the operators to do their work. So it's both ways, that it's either a senior officer will want to get closer, or for any other reasons, or it's the professional criminal that will have a need for protection purposes to be closer. And that is done in many ways. So that's why we are worried about the trend that we see growing within SAPS, which makes the work of the juniors very, not difficult, but painful. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, General. Chair, it's 3 minutes past 3.
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
Okay.